Welcome back, everybody. We're going to be going live in just a moment. And the computer has caught up. Okay, so we are sitting here at 94% of trade rank at the community goal place. So for the Empire, let's go ahead and check the mission boards again. I am beautiful. We'll take that too. We have a big wing mission going to Dev Colony. This one right here. But all right, we got one. Beautiful. Okay, that's going to do it. Okay, it didn't give me the option to load up. So we go back and come back in. Okay, something's not looking right. Okay. Fruit, vegetables, grain, coffee. All right, I think that 28 coffee is this. Yeah, 28 coffees. Okay. While we're here, we'll grab the bookmark for Dev Colony, plot it. And fill the rest of it up on this. Because what is going on is between these two wing missions, I did not get my superconductors on the run, so I've been grabbing some extras out of here to do it. Is why that's happening. Alright, we're back. We have full fuel. I doubt we can sell anything here. We do have a little bit. Okay. So, the game plan is going to run these loops. We are in the top 10% for the community goal on this. So it's going up. Nice. When it was just tier 1, there was 10 million credits. Now at tier 2, it's gone up to 20 million. Beautiful. On my other account, I was also in the top 10% yesterday. So what my plan is, with today's stream, this one's going to be about 3 hours, maybe a little more. Once I'm done with these wing missions, and I get on my way to I believe when we're done with the wing missions, we will be elite. So the only thing left is the Empire rep grind to be able to get the cutter. And we're most of the way through that already. When we turn in this mission for the 28 coffee, we'll see how much more we still have, or if we've already gotten to another 100% out. Because as it sits right now, we're at 100% for Viscount. I believe we're pushing 100% on count too, because we've been turning in several missions today. Now, not all of them were bonus rep, but a couple of them were. So I'm thinking we're pushing the end of count also. So when we're done here, I'll probably jump in the, actually not a probably, I'm going to jump in the Asp Explorer, unless we're nowhere near getting another rank. I'll have to think about it then. If we're close to getting another rank, I'll go ahead, run down in the Asp Explorer to where I grind the Empire rank, and do a bunch of those runs in the courier. If not, I'll switch accounts over and get on my main account so I can check where it is. The top 75% of the contributors get decals, and I would like to get the decals on both my accounts. So that's where I'm going right now. This is the first time I've streamed to Facebook's gaming, so I don't know how well that's going to go, and I'm not 100% if I will be able to read the stream, the chat from there. I should have tested that. We'll do that here in just a minute. Unless somebody beats me to it. Okay, we got nobody real close by us, so I think we'll make it in this round. Yes, I named this ship the Flying Brick. I do not like how it handles. It is in my opinion, a flying brick. I much prefer the Cutter and some other ships. Now, it's quicker if you land yourself, but I generally take this time to do things like set up my next plot in the route. And on this one, I'm going to go and Okay, Facebook does go through my thing, so I can see anybody commenting there. Good. YouTube, Twitch, I know work. I've used them in the past and have chatted people through it, so I just wanted to make sure the new one was up and running right. Okay, so what we do here, we'll get rid of all this stuff. This is an Empire. We're going to go with that. Okay, that was our rank. Okay, we're 54 into count. Not as good as I was hoping. But we're going to be doing anything like this with reputation instead of the cash, because that's what we're going after. Because just with what we're doing here, we will get enough cash to hit elite. I am believing. If I am wrong, I'm wrong. So 62%. Yeah. Okay. Why I got 2 more tests, I don't know. Okay, I'll just leave them up there. I don't know why I keep getting those messages. I'm curious, I'm going to keep an eye. Okay, so they're just showing up on me. They're not showing up on the stream, so we're good. If it annoys me, that's one thing. If it's annoying viewers, that's something different. So we come up over into Nogatis. There is the station we're going to here. We buy a bunch of silver, deliver it to the station that we buy the community goal at, and then we go back and turn that in, and that's the loop. It might be a thing where, again, come on. I am getting interdicted fairly regularly, at least once per loop. So it's not the best in regards to that. And this is one of the reasons I really want to get my cutter on this account. Because this thing does this terribly. I do have Discord, exclamation mark Discord gives you a link. That can't be right. The entrance should not be... Oh, it's on the other side of the planet. Okay, never mind. Well, I don't know why it won't let me clear that out, but oh well. We'll see if it goes away if anyone else chats. And we're in. Get this back up. I do not look at picking up any more missions here or at the next base. All we're going to... Actually, we will look at missions just in case there's a data mission that we can run over there to where we're headed next. Nope. So we go into commodities, buy silver. So we're getting almost 14,000 per unit in profit. So we launch out. We're going to get going to this facility. And we'll hit 94 to 95% when we deliver this cargo. Yeah, 95, 96%. So by the time we're done with the wing missions, we will be on it at Elite. We've been promoted to count like we knew. I like to keep it on that one so I can see people that are going to gank me. 62% into the count. Okay. I'm not seeing anybody buy us, so I think we'll make it in. There it is. Get that down and let the cruise take over. Oh, it's too common for that to hit. It's like they got it set just a tad bit off on this ship. 80-90% of the time I'd smack something going through the mail slot with it auto docking. not mission board. Oh, our profit margin's going down. It was 9,900,000 and something earlier. I think it's where we're buying it. The price is starting to go up. I'm not 100% on that. But then we come up over here, building fabricators, and get another full cargo hold. Leave. Strongly suggest bookmarking if you're doing these kind of loops. Your stations in between, label them however you need. It just makes it so much quicker instead of mapping it out the long ways. It hasn't updated yet. I think we'll be 95%. Probably 96 after we sell this at the other end. So I do believe we will be making it to Elite before we're done with these wing missions. Get this temp down a little bit more, and we can jump. Okay. Oh, fine. We're going to get jacked again. The amount of people here fighting pirates, you'd think these guys would be all taken out by now. think it's on the other side of the planet right now. No, if it was, it would have flipped over so already. So we've got 96%. I don't think this is going to give us 97. So we'll make a little over 400, a little over 4 mil. Okay, if we're at count now, I am not going to do that rep grind yet. We'll see. I can do the rep grind, which is going to take a little while. I'm thinking we'll go ahead. We can do, if we do that, if we do that, then and then do the Fed stuff tomorrow on the other account is what I'm thinking. Because 4 or 5 hours is what I'm going to put aside for total. I don't know. I'm leaning towards not doing a whole lot more than this. Oh, wrong thing. I'm thinking about stuff too much. Sell those first. Now we can go into here. Yeah. We've got 34. That's 24. Alright, we are not going to do any extras. Right now, we're just going to go ahead and do this. Because that's a good 3 more runs. Actually, let's check for any data missions. We're not going to do any cargo missions, but let's see about data's over there. These guys I just don't have the rep for yet. Nope, no datas either. Okay, we're out of here. Deb colony, and we start the loop again. So just a shade over 30 minutes per loop. So we got about an hour and 45 minutes left to get the wing missions done. I do believe we will hit elite without much of an issue before the wing missions are done, or just as we finish the wing missions, but I believe it's going to be like a loop beforehand, which is just fine. And the next thing is we might be at 500 million. I'm not too sure about that though. Hey Scumby, how you doing? Which one are you doing, Empire or Feds right now? Because I agree with you. When I'm doing stuff like this, it's one of the reasons I started streaming, is just to get some interaction going. Because if I'm doing mining or stuff like this, I'm usually watching YouTube or something. And I do have a Discord channel up and running. Exclamation Discord gives you a link. Okay, are you doing... You might learn something here. I've changed it up and I'm making an extra almost 20 mil an hour doing that run. And I only have one extra stop in it. Depending on what kind of cargo you have, space you have in your ship. Okay, which ship are you running then? Because I can boost your profit pretty big right here with one move, with one thing. How much cargo? You have a Python. Okay, I've got the cargo kind of an idea on that. What's your jump range when loaded? And I do love the Python. It is one of my favorite all-around ships. Uh-oh. When you come back, if you are in a station, would be best. Give me your commander name. And I'll do the stuff behind the scenes here once I get landed myself. If you haven't started the launch back fully into the game, wait on the resume page. On this one right here. Hold up on this page. Yeah, that's not an issue. You can still do this round I'm doing, I believe. But we would want to know what your jump range is. Okay. When I land here, I'll set this up. You're going to get a friend invite. I have 2 different wing missions. Actually, before I go do something stupid. Okay, I've got 2 wing missions. This one here pays 13 million when it's completed, and it doesn't matter how much of it you do. And then I have another one that is a little 10.5 million, or a lot of reputation. And the stuff I'm doing, the loop I'm doing with that cargo, you would make an extra 6 to 10 million an hour. Not counting those wing missions. And I'm down. Go into social. You should have a friend request. I am going to go back into the game. Now, are you playing in solo or are you playing in 18.48 loaded? Okay. We'll take a check. We'll check that out here in just a sec. Where are we at? Dev Colony. We load up on superconductors. Full cargo. We go to this one. Yeah, you're going to have to do some extra jumps in between. But it is still doable. if you do the extra jumps in between, you can still make it through. You have a friend request. You have to be exited out. I'm do. All right, you're there. Let me see if I can remember how to do it. Not that. Exit to main menu. I think in solo we can't wing up, but in group you can. In the private servers, let me see, and this will eliminate what I'm not positive about is you should have a private group invite. Yeah, that one's not too bad with that size of ship. But with this, okay. Trying to remember exactly how to do it. The big thing is with these missions, you get that amount. You will get 13 million when this is done. Or the influence or the semiconductors, whatever you wanted to do. I would do the cash on that one and reputation on that one if you're trying to get rep with the Empire. Okay, it says you joined. Did you go to the private server when you go back in? Go in. should have a wing invite coming to you. Let me see where I'm at on my stuff here. Actually, I could do it from here. I've got my full load of superconductors. And that's in your tab 2, third over to the left. Okay. Maybe I got to get out of here. Now, are you working on reputation, or are you just out for the cash? Okay, there you are there. Unless we're in the same system, you won't see my icon. Actually, I want to get further away just in case that thing rotates around and smacks me. With the Fed and Empire, you get some nice ships with the reps. But other than that, that's all you're getting by building the rep up with them. Federation, only thing I'm honestly believe is worth going after is, of course, the last one you can get is the Corvette. Empire, I like the courier and the cutter. The mid-range ship is a waste of space, in my opinion. I've got one on my main account. I'm not using the other one. I'm not going to get it on this one. That's how much of a waste of space I think it is. Now, what percentile are you in? Do you know that yet? You know how to find that? Oh, come on. Get me out of this. No. This ship is terrible. Full shields. We're done. Dang missile packs. What is it on me? Anaconda, of course. Oh, I'm going to go boom. Alright, good to go. We're in the same bracket. And I just lost everything. That's why I hate this ship. You cannot get out at all. Well, you guys are late. I'm going to get fined over it and everything else. Wait, where are we at? No. Commodity market. Buy silver. Do we have an empty cargo hold? I don't know. All I know is that is why I do not like the Type 9. No, it's the ship. This thing flies like a brick. That's why I call it the flying brick. Um, it is extremely difficult to get it to get it um, out of the interdictions because it just turns so terrible. Um, I took a big break. I'm at a little over 15 tons. The only benefit is if I did leave here with an empty cargo hold, which I don't think I did, I make enough to pay for that rebuy. But I left with a full cargo, so I'm out 20 something million. Um, the Anaconda is nice for certain things, but in my opinion, the Cutter outdoes the Anaconda in everything except maximum jump range. The amount of tonnage the Cutter can haul and everything else is just It's half again as big as, or double the size of the Anaconda, more than double the cargo capacity of an Anaconda. No. Doing these runs, don't run a fuel scoop. Get an extra cargo container. Um, and just every time you're docking every other jump at the most, just refuel every time you dock. Anytime I'm doing these, I don't carry a fuel scoop. If I can get away with it, I take my Guardian frameshift drive booster off. But this, I need Guardian frameshift to get it in one jump. Just don't forget that you don't have a fuel scoop on when you go to leave. Um, I go and when I'm doing these kind of things, you have a fuel scoop is equipped, and most large stations have cargo containers. And I'll just go to the closest large station, store my fuel scoop, and get another cargo container in its place. And depending on your ship, that could be 64, 128, 250 something. I am buying my commodity load now, and I'm 2 jumps from there. I'm hoping I can bring you in. I just don't know 100%. I'm hoping that when I get down there, it shows up. Now, have you been bookmarking the stations you're going between in your navigation? I'm waiting to get out of this station and I'll be on my way to you. Let's see here. I've got Oh, I hadn't delivered the superconductors yet. Okay. Um, the system is AE. Well, you can see it right there. Fornaces and Deb Colony. All I can do is share one, I believe, if I remember right. And that one's pretty close in. And what I'm hoping is I have a feeling I just failed that one mission, so I don't want to give it to you. Because I don't think I can replace the cargo I lost. Yep. Oops. I failed one of the missions. You can't replace the cargo, it's unique to the mission. And I got blown up with it in the hold. Now I get to see what my fine is on it too. But I'll look at that when I get docked. In under your ship tab on the number 4 screen is beacon. Turn that on. If you would, please. Yep. I can't replace it. What's my penalty? I'm hoping that'll allow me to. You're docked at Miyasaka Terminal, right? Let me get in there this time. Why did it do that? There we go. Yeah, you tell me that when he hit me. It's not going to let me because I don't think, actually, I should say, I don't think it's going to let me. I think it's not going to let me because of either the amount I've already got. $200 credit fine. I'm hoping I don't mess you up right now because I've got penalties after that guy chased me, jumps right, comes in right ahead on top of me. Great. Okay. So sell this stuff. Um, do you see anything in missions on your stuff? Or let me see if I can do it from here. I don't think it's going to do it. I want to look at something here. So it's telling me you're not sitting on the wing. Are you serious? Hold on just a minute. Okay. Okay, you've got a hot mic. Okay, it's just going to make noise, I guess. Uh, now that that's showing up, let's see if I can do this. Is this it? This is Deb. Share. You should get something popping up on it now. Back. This one. Confirm. Yeah, let's see how bad. Penalty charge. 4 million credit. So, oh well. That's how much penalties I got. Did you get that mission? Like, it should have shared to you. Support famine relief by delivering 5,834 units of algae, and we are at 4,046 of 5,834. It won't be in the under the starport services. It'll be, I believe, in the transactions of your navigation menu. Oh, that. That's going to be in your options. But I'm not 100% that it's a hot mic because I muted you and it still was going on. So I'm thinking it's just like an interference thing being in a station. But what you do need to do is if you've got go into Starport Services, into the missions, select that mission, and add cargo to your ship. I'm going to go ahead and auto launch and see if that changes that. Okay, and the gear. In your communications, there's a gear. You can turn off the voice comms, which is what I'm going to do, and that should eliminate the noise. Depth colony is 18.24 light years. Do you have the materials to be able to upgrade that frameshift for another level? Did you pin that? engineering? Okay, have you heard of Dav's Hope? Okay. Um, I have videos on doing Dav's Hope, and also Jameson's crash site on YouTube. Take a look at them. That's where you can get a whole lot of those conductors and everything you'll need to get your frameshift drive all the way up. You might have to go through a material trader to get it better, but that will get you set. Okay, I think you're out of the station. And there's also videos to unlock all the engineers and things like that too. Are you heading towards Deb's? Did you have a multiple jump? Or is that you rotating in the base? Oh, there you are. Are you able to get to AE with the full cargo? $18.48. You can make the jump. Beautiful. Oh, that's going to be expensive. I see you still back by the star. Are you scooping fuel or something? Oh no, you're already at Deb Colony, or you're targeted it at least, I think. There you go. Now you're separating from the star a little bit if I change my zoom. Oh, no, I couldn't hear you at all. Um, if you want to disable the in-game volume, Uh, in the stream exclamation Discord should give you my Discord server. If you have that set up on your computer. Give it a moment. Did it post up on YouTube? It didn't show on my stream chat, read only. And the way uh, things are, the only one I can type directly into is Twitch. It doesn't let me do it to YouTube or Facebook. Okay. Give me just a moment. I'm almost at Deb Colony. When I land, I'll put the link into YouTube. There's your link. Okay, you're there. Stream Voice is where I stream at. It should not be locked. Well, there went the noise in game. And turning the mic off. You're muted in Discord if you didn't know. Yep, I'm wondering if you got me on this. Yeah, the double echo. I probably shouldn't have done this one, but oh well. Oh wait, we don't have that anymore. Yeah. Can I pay that? That's done. And got a little bit more there to go, but if you go through the missions here and anything you find that take you to Wilhelm von Struve dock in Nogales is what you want. No, that's a source and return. And the mission looks like a barrel with an arrow, if you haven't seen it before. And of course, any data missions that come up for you for that station would be good. I didn't get all that much for that one, but that jump though, I believe is a double for you. Unless you're running empty. And if you run empty, that's fine, because the next one's where the big profit is. I don't recommend ever getting the Type 9. I can't stand it. I know people that love flying these things. Did it give you as a single jump? And actually, you wouldn't get a double voice feedback because I got a key up for it to transmit into Discord. It just dawned on me. And if I get wiped out by yet another jack or an anaconda as I'm trying to deliver something here, I'm going to get fed up. So you said you had 288 cargo? You'll make a little over 4 million credits on this run. And also, if you're interested, as you can see, if you saw the rooms up above on Discord, my main account's fleet carrier is taking off going deep on a real deep exploration run, so it's going to be out for almost a year, but should be getting a lot of systems that haven't been explored yet. Yeah, the in-game chat is just distortion. There's no anything in it except computer noises, electronic stuff. Now, with your ship and jump range, it's a kind of I'm not positive if it's you can get enough rounds into offset because of how close that other one was. I think that was a single jump for you, wasn't it? Where you were loading. Yeah, it's not picking anything up except squeal through game. Maybe now it will work. I changed my settings. Yeah, you're going to want to pick up silver, is what the commodity you want to buy. And that goes to Tal 3, Erideni, Musabayev City. And I'll pull it up here. That's where we're going. it'll be a little over 4 million credit income on that side, and then I fill up with building fabricators there to bring back. And 1 run apiece of algae is, I think, all we need to finish that. Or I could hear you fine in Discord if you got that set up. But then you'll hear double of you talking when you in the stream. So yeah, I've never had much luck with in-game chat features. Did you get the location to go with the full load of silver? Oh. I'm going to turn back. And get myself closer into the station here again. There. No, I shouldn't be harassed by pirates. The station should cover me. And one more run for each of us from manned to that deb is going to finish that big one. Alright, I'm sitting right outside the station. And that will be a little over 10 million. Or 7 million with a whole lot of reputation. And unfortunately, this jump is 24.7 light years. So it's going to end up being a double for you. But I think 4 million credits is going to be enough for that. Is going to make up for that. That's probably true. That would work probably easier. So just load up on the silver, and I think it'll be a double jump for you, but it should be paying you about 4 million. And then after that, uh, whatever your usual payout was for your runs of the, let's see, what was it at? Close to 2 mil profit again. But it's going to be a double or triple jump with the community goal items. And then one more to Deb, and that's 10 million, or whichever reward you end up taking. I use a Python on my Federation rep grind because I do these kind of missions between Sothis and Ceos, and you can get 20 million or so an hour. Tau-3 Iridani. It's on the stream. I'm facing the jump point. And just fill up your hold with silver. The station name is, that we'll be going to, is Musabayev. Are you having to do 2 jumps? I'm figuring you are. Okay. Once you just disappear from my stream, I'll go ahead and start my jump. You might end up with 3 jumps for when you're full of the community goal item. But I would suggest going ahead, watch those videos on Dav's Hope and uh, Jameson's Crash site. I've got them up. Exegius, Down to Earth Astronomy, I think Yamicus, pretty much all streamers and YouTubers that do this game have uh, instructional videos on those sites. I generally go to Exegius or Down to Earth Astronomy for any information I'm looking for. Yeah, the engineering stuff can get a little drawn out, but you got a good ship for it. The only thing you're going to need to do is take out a cargo module and put a SRV module in there so you can land on planets, because you'll need that. I've done one video on it. Down to Earth Astronomy's got another good video for top level raw materials. It's a ways out there, so you're going to want to get your engineering all the way up first. But you're getting top level raw in level 5 minerals, and you fill up on those and you're set for a while, because you can downgrade those to anything you need at a pretty good trade. And this place will have the building fabricators inside. And I am going to hit Trade Elite when I deliver these. Oh, that's definitely a clunk on this one. And there's my message. Ooh, yeah, people have been hitting this place hard for these building fabricators. Earlier today, I was pulling stuff out of here, and it was over 200,000 units. And they're less than 130,000 now. And we are elite status in trade. Pretty sad when I made this account, I was going to get it to elite in exploration, and I've been going and doing trade stuff since I was within a level of elite in exploration. And I got my Founder's World permit. Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and fix the ship up a little bit. And then outfitting, livery, decals, front decal, trade elite, boom. And I'm not doing those yet because I'm not elite. Yeah, you've been busting butt doing the amount you've been doing. The problem is you basically have to double the income you've done to get from Tycoon to Elite. To give you an idea, where is it at? That's where I was looking for. Minimize that. I have my trading profit's only been 839 million because when you're rep grinding, when you turn those missions in, you get trade rank, but it doesn't come in from trading it doesn't show as trading profit. You're looking at a little over 1 billion credits to get to elite rank. Okay. I didn't realize that was going to happen. Did you show getting share of trade profit for my transaction? I'm hoping you did. Good. Because it'd suck if I got it because I was sitting here when you were here and I turned mine in before you got here. Actually, did I? Yeah, I got my building fabricators on board. So I made a little bit less than usual because you getting your share, but that's nothing. If you haven't found... Oh, only 2. Beautiful. Yeah, that's what I get too, is 2 jumps over there. So this is the route what I've been doing on this was this to get the extra cash along the way, and I just been picking up other missions primarily between Miyazaki and Deb, and then usually I can find something from Deb to where we picked up the silver. Pick up silver, and then go over and pick this stuff up, selling the silver, and it's great profit round. In this ship, I was doing about 40 to 50 mil an hour, not counting the wing mission I'm on, which was actually at 1.2 wing missions until I got blown up with cargo on board and I can't replace it. Now you'd have to go and sit there and calculate, time involved to profit to find out if it's actually is better or not, but it wouldn't surprise me if this was a little bit better for you, even with it being a short hop. No matter what I do, I always trying to find ways when I'm doing these things where I'm making money both directions. Elite Dangerous Database can help with that sometimes, but that's not 100%. Neither is Inara. Elite Dangerous didn't show this at all, and I'm going to get intercepted again. Did not show that silver run between those stations. It did not show up at all. So take that for a grain of salt. Once I get this trade run done on the wing mission. Oh, come on, get me over there. Once I get this wing mission done, I'm going to be calling this for a while, because the biggest thing I want is that top 75% for the decals. After that, I'm not worried about it. And as high up as we are, I think we're safe for at least a day or two. I figured on checking again on Tuesday. I might need to do some more. And you got interdicted too. And unfortunately, I don't have weapons on this ship, and that's one of my downfalls. You should be able to break that interdiction pretty easy. Your ship's maneuverable. And you got out of it. Good going. The sad thing, or I should say the funny thing is, I'm doing these missions for the Fed on my other account in my cutter. So I'm using an Empire ship to supply the Federation. And that thing's engineered pretty darn heavily. So when I get interdicted, I actually submit and blow the ship up rather rapidly. But I'm not going to try to dogfight in a flying brick. And I get another one. Go to figure. I'm in the planet. I'm done. Well, it shook the guy. I would really love. Yeah, it does work in a ship that can maneuver and has a high top end speed, but full boost, I'm only at 250. 254 at full boost. And this thing's engineered. Um, that's one of the reasons I don't like this ship. I can't do the things I'm used to because it's so unmaneuverable and unresponsive. Okay, escape vector. Um, so this is my least favorite ship to fly of all I've ever flown. In my courier, yeah, I escape and boost away. Its boost is over 500 kilometers meters a second. It flies. Well, I should say its boost is over 500. Now, I don't think I quite have the money for my cutter, even if I did go to do it. Hold on just a sec. What was that? Glider. Yeah, no. These things, I can't stand flying them. Um, and depending on what you're doing, they're actually not the best because you've got to go. You're limited to large stations. You can't go to your smaller stations to do, and some of those are the real profitable facilities. Um, what I would actually recommend doing, you between. Actually, I can't do that yet. Um, Getting that ship finish engineering that ship out, um, and then I would use it to do rep grinds for the Empire. Um, there's videos on that also. Uh, your that is. Why am I looking at that? I can pull it up right here just as easy. Um, between Manini and Nagalan is where you get those. And those are very easy. They're super close together. And what I do is once I get my... did you load up yet? I don't think so. I'm just going to go ahead. Okay, you just did. because it just dropped down. And look around to see if there's a data mission. And I'm not seeing any. The Imperial Courier is a fun ship if all you're doing is data missions. And the last several times I was doing the Empire rep grind, there wasn't any good trade missions between, if I remember right. They're just purely datas. And do that until you get your the cutter, which in my opinion is the best cargo ship out there. This thing hauls more than an Anaconda can, but the Anaconda is a lot more maneuverable. If you wanted a large ship for hauling, if you can't get the cutter, I'd get the Anaconda, unless you got because the Corvette isn't all that good either for cargo hauling. You don't have as much room as the cutter and stuff. Once I get safe in Dev Station, I'll pull up some more numbers. The Anaconda does about 470, Corvette 618, Imperial Cutter is 794, and this thing is 790 if you have it maxed out for cargo. I have the Guardian frame shift drive booster in here, so I can do these in less jumps. So that's one of the things that's limiting me on my cargo. And there's videos out for getting your Guardian frame shift drive booster. Pretty much anything you want to do in this game, there's an instructional video put out by somebody on how to do it. That's what I like about this. Yes, I have done Rubigo missions. My main account actually has a Python set for that up there. It sits there, so when I decide I want to do it, I take my little bubble bus, a DBX Explorer that does like 70 light years a jump, and I run myself out in that, do those for about 30 minutes to an hour, however long I can put up with it, and then I leave again. It is fairly profitable. So it's not too bad. But one of your better places to do missions for rewards is Cubio for trade missions. The QBO trade mission loops are some of the most profitable. You can get 40 to 60 mil an hour in a decent ship there. I was doing 20 to 30 mil an hour with my Python there. But heck, doing that silver run, just the silver run solo, you can make 10, 20 mil an hour with that Python. Because you sold that silver for about 4 million, and you can do a good 4 to 5 of those runs an hour. Oh, you made it all the way into the dock without getting interdicted, unlike me, huh? They just love this ship. Yeah. It's like I always look around for backhauls and things like that. Part of it is I've been driving semi trucks for over 20 years. So the first thing I always look at is that. Oh, did you get... so I always look for profit on each direction. And I've always done it in all my games. I want to make money each way if I'm doing transport. Generally, Elite Dangerous Database. Where's that at? Okay, it'll miss me. I can go ahead and do this. You've got Elite Dangerous Database is eddb.io, and you can find out a bunch of different things. You can find single hop routes, multiple hops, different commodities, modules that you're looking for. Then you've got Inara, which is good for a lot of things also. That's at inara.cz. You can get a lot of information from that. Coriolis.io gives you basically rundown on ships. Then Commander's Toolbox is down there at the astronomy site he set up that does a lot of how to find places. He put links to all of his videos in there to teach you, to show you how to do certain things. And actually, down there at the astronomy's got a good video on all the websites you probably want to get if you're going to get serious into the game. Okay, here we go. If you've turned yours in already, we're about to get our monies. I don't think you've turned yours in yet. Completed the mission. And like I said, I'm doing the rep because I want the Empire rep on this account. I am nowhere near it yet. I'm going to have to go grind that rep out. So I'm going to take this. No, I'm not, because it's the wrong station. Wrong station. I am finding nothing here for Nogales this time around. Bummer. And I'm not going to go through the commodities I've looked before. I couldn't find anything previously. But I do go back up there to get another load of silver. Yeah, and then most of the people in the community, even the guys that do a lot of pirate kind of work, will help people out get going. It's a good community. I wasn't able to get a mission. There's nothing in the commodities to trade up to that place in Nogales. So I just go, if there's nothing there, grab that load of silver to bring over to the place to get the community goal. When you do make a lead, if you haven't heard or seen it yet, you get access to the to Shinrata Desra, and there's a station in there that's got every ship and every module called Jameson's Memorial, and there's also a 10% discount on everything. And since I just made the elite, that's where everything of mine is going to be. Everything will be stationed up out of there from now on. Except for the ships I got pre-positioned for the Federal Rep Grind and the Imperial Rep Grind. Those will stay, and my Anaconda I've got set up for mining will stay where it's at. Yeah, that is it. The next thing, and you can get rep, or I should say money, from doing the rep grinds. That, and any profit you make on those missions goes towards your trading, your trade rank. So that will help that out also. And by the way the rewards have been going, I was really hoping for another module on this one, like the frame shift drive from the previous community goal, but we might still get it. It just might not be posting yet because that community goal was fulfilled. It was already at like tier 3, almost tier 4 when I started it. But we've already gone from a bonus of 10 million credits to a bonus of 20 million credits at top 10%. So I do believe that since when we hit tier 2, our bonus went up to 20 mil. I'm thinking we're going to get at least tier 3, maybe tier 4. So staying in the top percentile bracket could be pretty profitable. Man, I hate that. Every time I come into these stations, I get hit. Now, don't forget, go into, and if you didn't do it already, when you land, stow the ship before you do anything else, and that just speeds up everything. You need to collect your trade dividends. Don't forget to do that. Now, why this one didn't go? Nothing there. Nothing there. Okay. Okay, this is a raw material trader. So I still got one more bond I've got to turn in. Where are we? We're here. And this place is running out of silver pretty quick. Artemis Corporation. I need to go and figure out which facility they're at. This goes to Musabayev with the silver. So yeah, when I land in down here with the last of some more community goal stuff after picking it up the next place, I think I'm going to go and do my rep grind missions. So I'll be switching ships out. and going to do that. So you'll be able to watch that stuff for a little while and get an idea what I'm talking about on that. I'll be right back. Okay. Yeah, that's what I think I'm going to do. I've got 70% into count. And 1, 2, 3 more levels to get my cutter. So I believe that's what I'm going to be pushing on after I get back. It's one of those, I've got enough credits now. I could buy the cutter, but I wouldn't be able to equip it all the way. If I got rid of this one and my Corvette, I could, without any doubt. I'm not Corvette. This one and my Anaconda. I think if I get rid of this, I could fully equip the cutter, but I wouldn't have much, very much extra cash at all. So I'm going to hold off on that. But I still do need to do the rep grind the rest of the way up, and I'm hoping to get enough cash doing that I'll feel comfortable to buy it. Don't quote me on it, but I believe we're going to get um, some reputation at the end of this too. Nice, you're on your way. Um, did you get rid of your other ships, or are they floating around somewhere? Yeah. The Asp Explorer is my preferred exploration ship. Um, the Crate Phantom and the Diamondback Explorer is not are also decent for exploration ships, but I just like the look and everything of the Asp Explorer. It makes me think it could actually be an exploration ship. There's enough room on that ship for you to be away for long periods looking for things. Where the Diamondback Explorer just looks too dang small. The 90 million and you're at Tycoon. Are you how many percent are you into Tycoon right now? Oh, you're into broker. Okay, I thought you said you're at Tycoon. Because at Tycoon you should be 300 to 500 mil in your account. I was like, wait a minute, how are you only at 90? Yeah. Um, just a minute here. Let me. I'm gonna have to change something. So hopefully you're not. Your earphones aren't blaring dramatically. I need to change this to a display capture. Oh, come on. Okay, let's. Yeah, that's what I needed. should show it. Yep. Alright, so what you have on your ranks is like this for the rank benefits. These are the Empire ranks, and the missions I'll be doing are starting here and doing into here. You only want smaller mediums because you can't get into anything, and all you're doing is data courier missions. And you always want to go with reputation, engineer. It goes reputation, engineering, then cash. And the engineering, you only want to do that when okay. Not that one. I want to turn that stuff down. How loud was that stuff? Was it blowing your eardrums out on the transition? Okay. Because on my end, it sounds like it's just horrendous. So that's what you do. And when I get down here, I'll show you what I do on that. Make sure my cargo bay is full. I am full. We'll launch. Did I already select? Yes, I did. Do you have the ED Engineer add-on yet? Okay. This is the ED Engineer. So let's say one of the rewards is this. If you click on that, it will tell you what engineering items it does. So you can know, do I want that or not? If you don't want it, don't collect it. You know, don't take it as a reward. So on and so forth. So that's what I do is I go and if it's not an engineering item I want for frame shift drive, weapon upgrade, booster shields, boosters, some kind of upgrade I use, I don't take that, and if there isn't a reputation award available, I just take cash. And when I get down there and trade this off, it's not going to take me long to start doing those missions, so you'll see them in stream pretty quick. I think I was running about 5 or 10 mil an hour doing those missions. going with straight cash instead of any other reward. And you'll see the Imperial Courier, the only Imperial ship I recommend other than the cutter. The only Fed ship I recommend ever getting is the Corvette. The other ones are junk. They've got a high hull. They got a lot of armor to them, but for as medium fighters, they are just very slow. They don't turn very well. Their maneuverability sucks, in my opinion. I'd much rather take my Mark II crate, my Alliance fighters, my Python. My Python does pretty good damage geared up the way it is. I done did it again. Bad boy. I had to do the loop of shame yet again. Oh, we got the wedding barge in town. Yeah, victory lap. I wish it was. Okay, where are we at now? I am now at... I'll be at over 17 tons. I think I'm going to be good to hold. Like I was saying, I want to be in the top 75% to get the decals. Because that, as long as you're in the top 75, you get a special decal. But the biggest thing I'm looking forward to is in just a couple minutes I get out of this frickin' ship. And just like most of your games, God, I hate when the ships jump in that close when we can't. I think dang near jumped right on top of me again. Every level you go up, you basically need double the experience to get to the next level. So the higher up you go, the longer it takes between. So basically the last level for me to get the cutter is going to be to take the same amount of stuff as all the previous levels combined. And I'm not going to be missing that impact every time I come into this place. Now wait here before you leave. Go into contacts after I turn make my trade. Go into your contacts, the authority contact, and redeem all dividends. Now, have you done the number one rule? Honk every system you go through. Do a detailed scan as you come into them. Just a second, it's in the middle of a load screen. Okay, good. And then you sell fairly regularly to cartography. That way you don't lose it if you get blown up. Okay, this thing was low on fuel. We topped it off. Let's see, what is this thing worth? 156 million. Now, after I take off a couple things out of here, I'd still be gaining over 100 million credits. So, yeah, once I get the rep up, I will be able to get that cutter. Because I'm getting rid of that ship. I can't stand it. Oh, I thought I had it marked. HIP 8758. I think. Oh, there it is. Yeah, I do have it marked. Empire Rep Start. And this ship is almost 64 light year jump range. That's why I use it to get around. It has SRV hangar and other things in here, which is what drops it down below 70. It's not fully engineered up for max jump because I've got things in it to do exploration. The Diamondback Explorer I use on my other account, it's over a 70 light year jumper. And then my Jumpaconda I've got, there's over 70 light years also. Not always. They are chain missions. if it says right now Empire Navy or something like that, yes, it is one that will boost your rank. If it doesn't have that on it, no. It's just a chain mission from stuff you've done earlier. It's like a continue on mission from one you've already done. Usually pays really well for moving a small amount of product. I was saying earlier, I do the Federation rep grind with my Python because there's actually some trade missions that you can run for them, and you can make some decent credits doing that. Doing the data, maybe 5 mil an hour on with the Empire here, where I'm going to be doing it. With the Feds, where I go to them, 10, 20 mil an hour. Is about what I was making, I think. I'm still waiting to see how the mining settles out after they get all the stuff figured out between when they're restructuring the price ranges. Not Hickam survey. Yeah, it is. We'll start with that one. And I'm in the sports car. Woohoo! $566 on boost. I love this little ship. And no boost, I'm at 419. I'm 170 faster than that Type 9 under boost, just cruising. Just straight throttle, no boost involved. I love flying this little thing. Oh, here's get myself out of the danger zone. The other thing I like about it is look at that outside view you can do. And I've got it set up like this so I get away from the stations as fast as possible to get jumped to the next and just speed everything up as much as I can. Holds no cargo, only 3 weapons on it. It is not meant to get itself out of trouble by dogfighting at all. The multi-canyon is engineered, some, but not all the way. Because I do go into high-res areas if I'm getting completely bored with rep grind and stuff, I'll go into a high-res area just to do some combat to change things up. I will not take this thing into hazardous. It won't last. And this ship is very inexpensive too. 2.5 mil. Not much over 3 mil fully equipped. Maybe 4 mil fully equipped. I'll check that in just a sec. The courier. Well, actually, we'll do it a different way. Two, 5, 8, 1, 2, 3 times 2. I've got a little over 5 mil into this ship. The way it sits. Because of what I do with it, I don't have the frame shift drive booster on it. The Guardian frame shift booster. Because you've only got 2 level 3 slots. And I've got enough. I put 16 cargo in here just in case there's a mission that wanted me to move a little bit for leveling it up. Actually, before I go into there, alright. And you've turned missions in and traded stuff, right? Since I took off? Really? One courier job so far. This is uncommon. You usually get a lot of missions with the right people. This is all not faction things. Oh, we're in a state of civil unrest, so I'm not going to get good missions right now from them. Okay. Cartographic stuff, yeah, we can get rid of some. Good. I wanted to make sure that I wasn't getting any of the money and stuff from your things. And I'm not, so we're good. Don't need to take any of your hard-earning money while I'm doing rep grind, which doesn't look like it's going to be very profitable for me. You always want to go with the one, take the missions from the people with the emblem in their name for whatever faction you're looking to get. But it's looking to me like it might be a bust right now for Empire rep. And this happens because this system stuff is constantly fluctuating. I'm hoping I get the good ones out of this place. If not, I'm not sure what I'm going to do. Because I need a bunch of rep. And I don't have another Empire one. I've got 2 different places I do stuff for feds, but only one on the Empire side. I can go back up there and do delivery missions for the Empire, but I don't want to do that. So I don't want to get back in that Type 9. What it would probably be is I'll be taking a, if they don't have the right ones here, I'll be changing over and doing, playing some Imperion, I think, tonight. If I don't get the right rep here, if I don't get the right missions at this one. Because we're both sitting at, I don't feel like I need to do any more on the community goals. Not with us both sitting at top 10%. I wanted to do just pure rep grinding. I got a bad feeling though that the status of these systems are going to give me some bad things. Yeah, I'm going to be doing some 8-fist runs. Hopefully they've got some stuff. And when I turn these in, I don't even wait for the screen to fully load to tell me what the cash reward and stuff is. I don't care. I want to get as many done as I can per hour. And generally, when you're doing these types of missions, these ones only give you the levels 1 and 2 kind of stuff. Still going to double check to make sure there's no engineering item there that I want. as I'm getting them. And I don't do any missions that are putting me planet side. Landing and taking off from a planet takes too long. And when you have a lot of cash, you can throw these in there where you're giving money to bump your rep up too, but I generally don't do that. I need the cash I've got. Most of the times when I'm doing these kind of rep things, I am I've got cash. From mining or whatever I'm making my money on at the time. But since I want to get those ships going and things like that, I don't want to spend the money on rep. We got 9% back there. We were turning them into the Empire agents, so we actually got rep. So all in all, it's not going to be as bad of an ordeal as I thought. And I am not watching the cash. And the only thing I look for there is to see if there's incoming enemy. Occasionally you end up coming up here to 8-Vus. Actually on this one I think I'm going to be doing a triple system. But a lot of times up here you don't get anything coming back out. So it's a dry run back down to Nagalan. And when I land here, I'm going to update my titles and stuff on the streams. And if you folks watching would subscribe, follow, or whichever one it is on the platform you're on, I'd appreciate it. I'm trying to get this channel going. And the algorithms love comments and likes on the videos and things like that, depending on the platform. Let's see, get this thing changed up. Thanks, Moon. Alright, rip. And everything's updated. Alright. Yeah, in about October-ish of next year, I'm going to semi-retire from driving trucks. And if I can get enough income from this and a couple other investments that I don't have to get a part-time job, it'd be a beautiful thing. Okay, all of them are done. Let's look for missions. Nope. 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 And nope. Launch it. And we're going back to Hickam. And if you ever have questions and stuff about the game, just throw it in on the Discord channel if I'm not on in the open chat, and I'll answer them when I come on. And if you folks would like, the Discord, !Discord, will give it to you if you're on Twitch. Not sure about YouTube. I mean, no, I know YouTube doesn't. I don't know about Facebook. If it doesn't pop up, just put it in chat and I can drop onto that platform and post it up. They're not fully synced up yet. I don't know what it takes to get them that way, but it's a known issue with that. Streamlabs has announced that there's that issue. Time bonuses. %. So yeah, you can do it pretty quick doing these. Especially after you get the tempo down on clearing everything out. I don't know what it was cash-wise that I had when I started this, so I can't really give an idea about what kind of cash you can make. I want to say it's like 5 to 10 mil an hour, somewhere in there. Of course, more if you just go straight cash on every transaction instead of going for the rep. but it's at least double with what I do between Seos and Sothis on the feds doing trade runs. Oh, went up 24% in the loop. Alright, we don't have any there. No possibles there. I don't want to go and start doing cash. And shortly I'll be able to show you the level up, rank up missions, what they look like. If you haven't come across them yet, man. As it's sitting now, I think I'm going to push this until I hit 500 million, or I make rank, whichever comes first, or I fall asleep in the chair. No, 4:45 server time, I will have to call it. About 4:30 server time, I'll have to make the call because I have to work early in the morning tomorrow. And I'm not completely sure how much game time I'll have tomorrow. I think it's going to end up being a fairly long day. But usually I get a couple hours a day on. Not always doing Elite. Some nights I'll be doing Empyrean, but next weekend and the following week I should be able to get a lot of game time in. Which was supposed to have been a couple weeks ago where I had that time off, but work kept pushing things back. And that's why I started doing multiple links and doing a bunch of other stuff to get this going. By the end of the week, incoming enemy, of course there is. By the end of the week, I'll have banners and everything like that, I believe. Everything would be purdied up some more. Okay, where are we at? What? Didn't get any points on that one. Okay. Okay. Do, 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 do. might think so, but you'd be amazed. Um, the cutter, fully equipped, is over $500 million. And you're going to end up getting other things you want to spend the money on. Improving the ships you already have. Getting another ship. Let's say if you wanted to go after the Anaconda. I'd be at 700 something million right now if I did not do the Type 9 or the Anaconda. But if without that Type 9, I wouldn't have made that. I wouldn't be anywhere near where I'm at now either. So the money I've made with the Anaconda, I could have made with the Python. So that doesn't count. And the money I've made with the Type 9, I could have done with the Python too. It just would have been slower. Because the Python, compared to the Type 9, it's a third of the cargo roughly. But then if you don't go and grind the rep out, yeah, you will have the money beforehand. That's the thing with stuff stuck behind rep grinds. When I got my cutter the first time, I wasn't thinking about the money. I was at like 3 or 4 billion credits in the account when I bought it. When I did the rep grind, I was throwing money all over the place to level it up as fast as I could. But that was back when mining paid obscene amounts of money. And by that I mean making 2, 3, 400 million an hour. With a Anaconda set up for mining. Yeah. But that nerf has been long needed. Um, with the skill slash knowledge and risk comparison, mining is a no-brainer, and it was the massively more money an hour could be made there than doing anything that took skill. And then if you're doing combat with a fully decked out ship, if you got blown up once, you probably just spent what you made that hour in replacing the ship. It was ridiculous. Because you're only making about 10 mil an hour in combat missions, if I remember right, is I think what people were saying. I never really ran them, so I'm not positive. Anti-Xeno, you're only making 5 to 10 mil an hour, but yet your ship you're using to do it is 10 plus million for a rebuy. It's just real high risk, and it takes skill to do it. Uh, so it was crazy. Mining, you get to an asteroid belt, you drop out, you wait for the guy to scan you, then leave. You do all your mining, and you might get jumped along the way, but you can probably get out of the interdiction. And you'll make 200, 300, 400,000 an hour. I mean, 2, 3, 400 mil an hour easily without being in a wing. Yeah, it was long needed. People have been complaining about that gap for years. But that gap's what got me my fleet carrier on the other account. Okay, this one right here, source 60 units of consumer technology for the Imperial Navy. This is a rank up mission. Not one I'm going to do in this ship, but that's a rank up mission. It'll always say for Imperial Navy or for something. Um, and that's what you go by. And it'll also always be under follow on missions. It'll have the chain and it'll say for so and so. The source missions, you have to go out and buy the product and come back with it, and NAR comes in handy with that. When you think you're getting close to filling up on missions, make sure you grab the most profitable ones. Because when you're doing these, it's real easy to fill up your queue, and you can only do 20. The biggest problem right now in mining, more than the numbers, because you just have to change your product up, is main reason I'm not doing it right now is the I just drew a blank on the name. The pulse wave analyzer is not working correctly. That's supposed to tell you where the deep core and stuff is, and you can aim right at a section of rocks. Nothing happens. You look to the rock. You shift your ship to the right. You scan. You shift your ship back. The rocks you were just facing just all went and started glowing, telling you they're core rocks. There's something's not right. And that's the way I prefer to do my mining, is with the pulse wave analyzer. So I'm going to hold off on doing much mining until I find out that they've got that fixed. In actuality, with what they've done recently, some of the commodities a lot of people have been just ignoring, or pay better than any of the pay items. Get into the dock here. Yeah, you're moving. Right now, Paynite is only paying in the 200,000 range. Low temp diamonds are paying 300,000 range. Void opals are doing upper 400, low 500 a ton. And those were the things people always mined for. Massively. That was the predominant things people would go after. Now, benitoite is in the 6 and 700,000 range. Serendipite is in the 600, upper 5s, low 600,000 range. And muscovite is in the upper 7s and low 800,000 range. So, if you change up what you're mining for, you're going to have to look a lot closer to the price markets to figure out what you actually want to go mine for. Is what they've done recently. Because those last ones I was naming off, those were ignored because they weren't paying enough compared to like the low temps and void opals and whatnot. So you didn't want to fill up your hold with those. You wanted, the profitable run. Now they want a planetary scan, and I'm not doing one of those for the rank up. I don't want a Navy strike contract either. So, we'll start picking this stuff up. And I'll check messages here in a minute in case you had sent something with all that. Dings and stuff while I was going through all that. It covers it up. And I know we're over 100% right now, but that's fine. And that's another thing that I like. They actually, you don't stop when you hit 100. You can keep going and build up stuff behind the scenes. It'd be nice if they gave us a way to know what we're at, but, whatevers. Okay. There's been a lot of times by the time I get level up missions, I'm still at 100%. I've gone at one time early on in ranking up, stopped taking anything up other than rank up missions, and I leveled 3 times before I came off of 100%. I just been going for hours out without a rank mission I wanted to run. So did you make it to the top 10 commanders yet? Yeah, I kind of figured that. I think the top 10 commanders probably use fleet carriers because they can move in 20 tons at a 20 to 25 tons at a time, 1,000 tons at a time. Yeah. I don't have 20,000 tons in yet. I'm at 17,000. So, you know, and they would do about the same amount of time as I've taken to get 17, and they'd be at over 25,000. So, because they'd probably fill up their fleet carrier, fill up their large ship that they're using to move it, fly it all down there, and then unload the fleet carrier. So you're looking at almost 26,000 tons in one run, depending on what modules they have taking up space and stuff like that. I didn't do it with my other account. I just ran it with my cutter. We know we're over that. Well, I know for a fact I've done over 3 million doing this so far. And I think we're a little over an hour, so I'd say probably close to 5 million. Primarily doing reputation. If there's reputation there, I took it. So it's not a wasted effort to do it. Yeah. Um, your ASP has more engineering on its frameshift drive and everything, right? And you have a SRB. Click that just a tad bit too soon, grabbing my throttle. Yeah, like I was saying, good. That's a decent jump range. Um, it's extremely difficult to get up over uh, 50, to get much over 50, 55 light years without the Guardian Frameshift module. The Guardian Frameshift module, the biggest one you can put on the ASP, which is the biggest you can put on any ship, increases your jump range by 10.5 light years. Now, you did your frameshift drive, you did the increased jump distance, I'm assuming, but if you're at that level, I'm going to say you did not put the experimental effect of a deep charge. Oh, on your ASP, you're only at level 1? You didn't go past that? You maxed out level 1 and that was it. Okay. Yeah, the experimental can go on at any time, and it doesn't matter. You can you can increase the other engineering on it, and it doesn't go off. You know, it's not like you're going to take it away. And did you unlock Felicity or did you unlock the other one? Okay. Did you ever go do some mining? Because level 3 you need phosphorus on your frameshift drives. And I don't know if you've done any engineering, if you've ever got any kind of engineering materials from rewards, mission rewards. You have one phosphorus only. One of those stops on the loop we were doing has a material trader. It was a raw material trader. See if they have anything, if you've got anything else in your inventory that you can trade for phosphorus. Because you need, I don't know, you probably only have Felicity up to level 1 or 2. I doubt level 3 yet. So you're going to need at least 5 phosphorus probably to get through level 3. Level 4 needs manganese, and level 5 needs arsenic. Manganese and arsenic. Well, arsenic I think you can, but not usually. You've kind of got the time. I want to change that out. It's a long run to do it, but I'm going to figure out. Oh man, manganese. Manganese and sulfur, you're going to want to have ruthenium, and what's this other one? Not that one. Manganese, arsenic. Where is arsenic? arsenics in a polonium system. HIP 36601 is where you're going to want to go. Do you have paper and stuff in front of you? Yeah, you're going to want to get some more stuff. If you have a pen and paper nearby, I'll tell you the system and the planet you're going to want to go to get the stuff at, because it's where I'm going to send you is level 5 material, and you can level 4 material, and you can downgrade that dramatically. Where you'll get like 36 sulfur for one of the other one. Something like along those lines. The missions just aren't here. Let me clear out these missions, and I'll put that in the system. Okay, so HIP 36601. C1A is polon. How's that spelled? Polonium. Has polonium on it, and C1D has the ruthenium. So basically, you're going to want to go there, do a surface scan, and you're going to want to go down to a biological spot on the ground. Get in the SRV and shoot crystals all off of little crystal shards off of crystals that are standing there until you fill up on those materials. And then you can come back in, because that is a pretty good distance from the bubble. You go to a raw material trader that you can pull up on Inara. The way I would actually do it is look at the YouTube videos for Dav's Hope and Jameson's Jameson's crash site. I'd go, and it's the way I did it on this account. I went out there, farmed the raw materials, went from there to Dav's Hope, did the loops in Dav's Hope till I had what I thought was going to be enough. Then I went to Jameson's crash site, scanned those beacons until I had enough, and then I came in and did the engineering with a lot of materials left over. We're talking, I still have 140 ruthenium, 120 tellurium, 92 polonium, I mean. Um, and I just loaded up on, I think I did 3 or 4 planets to get the level 4 raw. And I've just been trading them off to get the other materials I need. That's the most efficient way to do it. Where are we at here? Let's check this mission board. I think we're all set. Yeah, we're set. We're at Hickam. So Manini is Miles Vanderohe. All right, do you have the Commander's Toolbox in your browser? Saved in your browser thing? Or have you ever been there? Okay. Um, it has the step-by-step guide to unlocking the engineers. Where you're at right now, you've already got Felicity. Elvira, I wouldn't worry about. Other than she unlocks Marco Quint. But are you doing any kind of much combat flying of any type? Okay. I would concentrate on just getting the FSD maxed out. So get those raw materials, go to Dav's Hope, and clear Dav's for as long as you can frickin' stand, because it's monotonous, even worse than what you're doing now. Then go to Jameson's crash site and do that until you're full. That should take only about 30 to 45 minutes. Once you have all of that stuff in your inventory, then you can start doing the stuff for unlocking the rest of the engineers, because you'll have all the materials you need with just some raw material trading to run it through. And it might take a minute for me to get back if you don't notice I'm doing the turn-ins again. So it covers up all the clicks and clanks telling me you've typed a message. Okay. Courier job. I don't know if I'm going to get a rank up mission this evening. I haven't seen one yet. That will be one I'll take. Yeah, I'm not doing a strike. I'm not doing a planetary scan job. And the source of return I would have done if I was in a different ship. This thing only has 16 cargo. If I was in my Python, I would have done it. Because you can get the arsenic and things like that from mining on planetary surfaces and stuff, but unless you want to do enemy alert, beautiful. A lot of that, it's just so much easier to go to those crystal mines, and there's other planets in those that system that gives you different minerals in those spires. That website will tell you where. Yeah, if you do a bunch of that, which is this? Okay, it's that one. Yeah, I know my camera's goofing off because the wiring is bugging me. There. Now, after my Type 9, I actually have to minimize my joystick movement or else I overcorrect. I gotta get used to flying a maneuverable ship again. That's such a tough life. But if you gather as much of the materials as you need, and then just go to material traders to get the to switch them out to what you need for that exact engineer to level up, you're good. Um, it speeds up that whole process dramatically instead of going, okay, I've got him unlocked. Oh, I got to get all these items to get him leveled up. That's where ED engineer comes in handy. It tells you what materials you have and what the recipe takes to make it, or the engineering. To get the engineering done, you find out what stuff you need. I'm starting to wonder if I'm going to make it through till I hit those goals I set myself. Be right back. Okay. And you can get a lot of the stuff by doing the rep grind mission too. Like these here. There's a lot of them out there on these rep grinds to help you with your early on engineering. Your level ones for multiple things are there. Oops, I did cash instead of reputation. Planetary scans. That's right, I'm in Aethys. This place sucks for missions coming out. Yep, up to 490. Oh. And I think now that by the time I get this, if I get that mission, I'm going to be pushing 100% again. I might need to get my Python down here to do a trade mission. Or combat mission. This guy gets a level up mission for me. My count. Imperial Naval Strike. Oh. Not in the ship I'm in currently. Nope. Strike contract. Yeah, you need one of those rank up missions. Um, it doesn't matter that you've been at 100%. It continues to build up in the background. So you're not losing out on anything. Cios and Sothis is the only place I... when I stop here, I'll check my other Fed rep areas and see if the other ones are closer. I can't remember. Cios and Sothis are pretty far away. That's where I do my Fed rep grinding right now in a Python with a lot of cargo, because I do cargo delivery missions for it. if I don't get the level up rep mission when I finish this loop I'm on now, I think I'm going to be calling it a night on this stuff. Do, 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 do. I'm going to have to take a closer look around and see if I can figure out where that is. What's bugging me is I know I've got a better spot, another spot to do it but that. Okay, Ochosi and Chakpa is the other one. Alright. Let me clear my missions and I'll take a look and see what kind of distance we're talking. So this I know is a long way out. Finally, a courier job for the Navy Police. I didn't even clear up all my missions. I saw that and I grabbed it. I'm not even sure where I've got to go for it. I didn't even look that closely. I just saw what it was. I'm like, I'm there. Okay. Oh, two things. Number one. Okay, it's Nagalan. So, Ochosi. Ochosi is a pretty good distance. 396 out. Where do I have? Don't have that listed. So 386, 396 for that one, and no, that's mining. Cios is 509 light years from us. New home station. Why am I having a... I don't have either of those systems bookmarked. That's why. Okay. Because it's multiple stations in each is what you go through. There's like 4 or 5 stations in each system, and you're hitting each and every one of them. Alright. Get this stack back in the way it was so I could find that. That's the one that needs to be up top. Okay, now we can go ahead and get the rest of these. I think the game knew I was going to call it a night if it didn't give me a level up mission. That's it. So yeah, those systems are the ones I do the Fed rep grind on. Yeah, he does Ochosi and Chakpa. But the Cios and Sothis, I prefer it because I can do those trade missions and make more money doing it. Yeah, incoming enemy alerts, I figured that. Almost always get them on the level up missions. Oh, I'll be doing a lot of that. Now that Type 9 I was running wasn't fully engineered, but it was over halfway there. And it still was not maneuverable. And another ship. Gotta love it. Can't even turn towards the base before I'm hit with another one. 3 different ships are after me. So even after I break this one and probably another, before I get to the base, I'll probably have somebody on me again. Or station. Yep, there's the third. Anacondas. Python. Yeah. Not with the weapon loadout this ship has. if I was in my anaconda, I wouldn't have an issue with it. I'd fight them. I mean, not my anaconda, my python. I would definitely would go up against the other python and probably anaconda and walk out, no problem. Yeah, that was kind of be expected. Now, hopefully, I'll lose at least 2 of these as I turn this one in. Now, Moon, are you on the west coast of the U.S. or are you somewhere else? Midwest? So Central Time Zone. I'm about 2 hours behind you. It's about 8 o'clock my time. Um, Generally, I'll be getting on between 6 and 5 and 6 o'clock most nights is when I'll start up. Other than weekends, of course. So 7, 8 o'clock at night's probably when your time is when I'll be getting on. Dang it, I missed out on another reputation one. Okay, not those missions, not those missions, not those 24 missions, not those 23 missions, and Hickam survey. Plot the route. I still have an incoming enemy. So you're up. You're on all the time. Yeah, I had some back when I played WoW. I had a couple buddies that were the same. Um, you should get an alert when I go live. Uh, if you got notifications on YouTube and it's on. I get emails when somebody goes live on that I follow, but so you're more than welcome to use the Discord channel. So about those times tomorrow is when I'll be back in game if you had questions. Yeah, I've actually just started today with this one, I think. Oh, wrong thing. Yeah, you see, I do everything I can to keep my language decent, especially since I'm going straight to Facebook now too. Um, but I try not to say anything political whatsoever, or what's the term I'm looking for? Politically incorrect terminology also, because it's so easy to get nuked off of anything because of that. Oh my god, I hate that stupid stuff. Yeah, I'm sorry. You're talking about a game. You're in a game that involves firearms, and you're discussing how the actual ballistics are in real life and how the game might be wrong, and you get banned for it. It's just, yeah, I have seen those kind of things before too. Yeah, my dad is a was a he flew the F-14 Tomcat, and one of the worst things you could do is sit through Top Gun with him because he would chew that movie up and spit it out. Everything they did wrong in it, he would criticize, and several other movies that are in the long knot genre. Um, Me, when I see the movie Black Dog, I have an issue with it, uh, and several others. It's like, no, that don't work. No, that doesn't work. Um, but you can only do so much. You have to suspend belief with most games and movies nowadays. Uh, Manini, so that is this one. And you almost constantly biting through your tongue trying not to say something when stupid stuff's said. Speaking of the best one, I would have loved to have been uh, a fly on the wall with it. I was supposed to be there when it had happened, but I was driving tow trucks at a time, and I was on my way to the breakfast when I got called out on a accident scene. But uh, mechanic buddy of mine would go every morning and eat breakfast at a little cafe, and uh, different days, different buddies of his would show up there too. I'm only 59% through Earl after all of that. Whoo, boy. So he's sitting there in this cafe with a buddy of his who is a train aficionado. He loves trains. He's in full bib coveralls, conductor cap on. I mean, he looked like he just came off of a train. And they're sitting in the restaurant talking about cars or something, because they both had a hobby of restoring collectible cars. And in the booth behind him, some guy was talking about how the uh, Saturn III rockets, I believe it was, one of the big rockets in the space race that we had, was the best one ever made, and a whole bunch of other stuff. And it was driving the guy dressed as a conductor absolutely nuts. And he finally went and said, "That's it, I can't take it anymore." Stood up, walked around to look right at the guy's face, and said, "What department did you work at? I don't recognize you." you are talking through your butt. Uh, you got the facts all wrong, blah, 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 blah. You know, where are you bringing these up? Well, I worked there. Where? I don't recognize you. Well, you know, it's a big department. And he goes, yes, it was. Evidently, if you don't recognize me, I'm Dr. Such and Such. I was in charge of this part of the project. I don't recognize you. What was your job? He was a custodian. Trying to say he knew everything about rockets and how they performed. Oh, it was hilarious. I wish I was there. But the mechanic buddy of mine couldn't stop laughing. The doctor was at the shop when I got there after doing the tow. Oh, it would have been great. And a couple days later, I made a breakfast, and the wait staff told me how I missed it. And I know, I saw them after they got to the shop, but I would have loved to have been a fly on the wall when that happened. Because one of the things the guy was saying was the best was actually what that doctor was in charge of. And it wasn't. It was atrocious. They wouldn't let them do certain fixes that they said needed to be implemented, and a whole bunch of other stuff, you know, political things when you get into a bureaucracy. But oh, I would have loved to have been there. You're still doing the loops. How much more do you have to finish off that wing contract? A third of the way done. So yeah, you'll still be, you might not be done with that before I have to call it a night. I need to get up about 3 o'clock in the morning my time. I got over an hour and a half drive to get to where I have to unload my truck. And it's a very firm 6:30 unload time. Local. I'm home every night, almost most weekends. I couldn't do streams if I was still on the road. I pull a grain hopper trailers, depending on which ones I'm able to hook up to. Sometimes it's A trains, and sometimes it's 3 or 4 axle straight trailer. We up in the Northwest, we run heavy. I'm licensed to 105,000 pounds. I might get interdicted before getting out of this one. Yep. I drug my feet a tad bit too long. But most of the times where I loads within an hour of where I live, and where I unloads within an hour of where I live. A lot of times it's less than that. And then I do an 8 or 10 hour day, move in between points and go home. And make a little more money than I did, well, a little bit more money than I did over the road, but with a lot less expenses. And because I'm home almost every night and weekends, I can have a life. Over the road, that was your life. All your plans were short-term plans. And you couldn't make any kind of a plan until you got to your home terminal and went home, then you call up all your buddies and say, hey, look, I'm off for the next 5, 6 days. Let's go do something. And if they've got other things going, you're screwed. Was more than 59% into Earl. Oh, I was hoping I'd be for a lot further along than that. Empty these out. Yeah, all those missions only went up 5%. It is definitely starting to slow down on the pace of getting rep. I am at Earl right now. I need 2 more levels to get the cutter. So yeah, I'm not going to get there tonight. I think I'm going to have. I should call it once I get back to. Well, whenever I get to a station, I'm empty of missions, which is not this one, but the next. I'm still in the top 10% on this account. So before I take off, I am going to yeah, that's another one. That was kind of a good, interesting story. I get a phone call from my mom while I was on the road, and she I said, "Yeah, I got my van was hit. I'm waiting for the insurance adjuster to come out and let us know." And I'm like, "Well, describe it to me. What happened?" "Oh, in this center left turn lane, I was in it and waiting to make a left turn." And at the time, she drove a Chevy Astrovan, mid 90s, if I remember right. But anyways, and on the van year, an armored car pulled out and T-boned me. I don't know how they didn't see me there, but they ran right into the side of me. And I'm like, okay. The van's probably totaled. It's not worth it much anymore. It's an older van. It's going to be totaled. And she described some stuff about it. And a couple days later, later that day, the insurance adjuster called her and asked her about the accident and said, it says here you're hit by an armored car. And she goes, yeah, it was one of those, Brink armor trucks. He was pulling out of here and hit me on the and T-boned me. And they're like, okay. And she said it definitely didn't sound like they believed her. When the insurance adjuster came and looked at it, he took one look, got back in his car, didn't even take pictures, got on the phone and drove away. So she called up the insurance company, and the person she wanted to talk to was on another call. And I didn't believe that you said it was an armored car, but the insurance adjuster appraiser just called me and says, yes, the van's totaled. It was definitely an impact by an armored vehicle. Because the whole side was caved in. The passenger side, both tires on the passenger side were V'd inwards. The axles were bent. The frame was bent. And he didn't even have to get up close to say, yeah, this thing's gone. It's toast. It's not worth fixing. I can't believe he hit with that much force, because he shouldn't have been going that dang fast. It was only 2 lanes he crossed. Oh. So being in cybersec, did you do much, much programming on like HTML and all that other fun stuff? So basically you were able to work from home by computer? Not that one. I want this one. Yeah, but you're able to do some stuff from home then, right? Because I know like Fiverr and some other places, they actually um, people go through them to get the background and stuff on the websites, uh, and cut scenes and stuff I do on this built and designed for the websites. So I was figuring you could do stuff like that if you knew those kind of programs. Because those guys are wanting, like, I know if they know what they're doing, it's probably less than a 30-minute job on some of them. And they're charging 5, 10, 25, 50, 75 bucks to get to make the stuff. kind of surprised me when I saw the rates they're wanting. I'm like, no, I'll download some of the software and make it myself. But I might end up paying somebody to do it because of yeah. Um, you able to do the? Are you were you able to set this up so you could um, play laying down somehow? When I was on the road, I always did um, World of Warcraft, and I was able to do that with my laptop at the foot of the bed, at the head of the bed, on stuff to elevate it up so it could get circulation to cool it off. But I did all. Yeah, a lot of people don't realize unless they've known someone that's gone through it, those kind of injuries, how much it completely changes a person's life, especially if they were outgoing kind of people beforehand. You know, everything changes. You can't do a lot of the stuff you used to take for granted because you can't sit for prolonged periods. You can't do this. You can't do that. It's like right now you can't do a road trip of any significant distance because you can't sit in the seat for long enough. And probably airfare across the country would be a pain. Yeah, I'm a firm believer that torque reform needs to be done, but at the same time, um, the person that was injured, yeah, it's a complete change of their whole life because of it, but the amount the lawyers make out of it is obscene. Um, and I firmly believe that's one of the reasons everything costs so bloody much when it comes to medicals. Okay, reputation, finish that up. That's all those missions. Tip off, I'm not worried about. Number 4, yep, 76%. Eh, only 3 mil off of the 5 mil goal I get set for myself. But I'm only 15 minutes away from the time limit. I think I'm going to go ahead and take all these missions to Manini and then call it when I get there. I think that'll be a good stop off point. That will get me my, I think will get me to that close to the 500 mil. And maybe up to 80% of Earl. Yeah, I was sitting complaining until I was talking to a buddy of mine and thought about it. But with this whole coronavirus thing, it's messed up my whole plans for 2022. Because I don't think things are going to be back to normal enough for me to do what I had planned. My goal was to stop driving next year around September or so. Liquidate, get rid of my semi-tractor, get rid of a bunch of my stuff, and I was going to get a trawler style boat, probably, but a boat that's I could do what's called the Great Loop in, which is looping around the eastern United States, up the East Coast, across the Great Lakes, down the Mississippi, Tennessee, Illinois rivers, and then across the Gulf back to Florida. And it takes about a year. That's on my bucket list of things to do. So I wanted to do that, but I don't know if everything's going to be settled enough after this COVID thing to do that trip now. So I've changed up, and I'm looking at I've got a buddy that lives in the Puget Sound, down by Tacoma, Washington. I was going to get a good boat and do some touristy stuff around that area for the year, and hopefully things have settled back down from there. But because I don't think I'm going to be able to do what I planned to do, because and then beforehand, my birthday's in December. I said for my 50th birthday, I was going to go to the Caribbean or Bahamas and celebrate it there. But I don't know if I'm going to do that either because of all this madhouse. Then I was talking to a buddy of mine who's I think that's going to be an incoming enemy. Yep. Whose dad had died from a heart attack unexpectedly. Everyone thought he was in great health. Exactly. So I'm very, very leery about a lot of the stuff going on. A buddy of mine started a securement. He patented a swiveling D-ring thing that you can use for securement in a lot of different applications, and he's making them out of his own shop now. But I fronted him the money to get the materials to start that. So if that ever takes off, that's a decent monthly income for me because I get a percentage of all profits on every unit sold. But I really worried about that because they're talking about lockdowns again and doing everything else. So I'm like, ugh. And we still have states that are doing mandatory 14-day uh, I, uh, isolation, quarantine stuff. And I'm just like, if that's going on, I can't do the trip because I can't sit somewhere for 14 days. Basically, that would take 70% of the places I wanted to visit out of the first loop, because I'd have to bypass a bunch of places I want to see to be able to stop further along the trip, to be able to do the quarantine, to be able to go do something I wanted to see there. And then I have to push hard to go through where, some other areas I might have wanted to see stuff. Dengar Marine, yeah. I've got that. I have him. I watch every one of his things on, usually on Sundays. But I also do a lot of sailing. And there's a guy in Denmark that has completely been refurbishing a Warrior 38 over the last couple years. I've been really watching his. Another good one is the guy in Denmark, Sail Life. And then Boat Works Today does refurbishing of a lot of boats. Yeah, there's several good channels on that stuff. But the reason I said a trawler style is just because of the fuel efficiency. It makes the trip a lot less expensive if your boat's getting good fuel mileage. And I think that is going to have to be it, because I don't have time to do much more without going over and not getting enough sleep tonight. Checking how everything looks. Yeah. Oh, I know what I'll do real quick. I am going to put this in a pause. So you'll have if you want to say something to me, you're going to need to hit me up on the streams chat, because I'm bringing up my other account to see where it sits in regards to its reputation level. Or not reputation level, where it's at on the community goal for the feds. And see if I'm going to have to do something on this tomorrow, which I have a feeling I'm going to need to, because I didn't do any work on this one at all today. And it was at the top 10% yesterday. So I have a strong suspicion I'm going to need to do more tomorrow on this actual account to see what's going on. Let's see here. I'm probably 25%, I'm thinking. Top 25. I'm hoping at least the top 50. Because all reality, I should have gone over to this one instead of going and doing the rep grind. I should have gone over to this. Okay, what do we got? Oh, my Diamondback Explorers arrived here. Good to go. Brought that over here so I could leave this ship here. They're almost at tier 3 on the Fed side. I'm still showing as the top 10%. I've brought in 12,672 tons. So, but I am going to need to do several runs on this one tomorrow. All right, good to go. And if it's been like that, you might actually have more than one. You might clear that one and still be at 100% of the next rank. That's not uncommon, especially at those lower levels. So tomorrow we'll be at tier 3 on the Fed side. Let's see what Inara is saying for it is building fabricators is what I was doing. Parutis system. Exports, take out the fleet carriers and the small pads and surfaces. Oh, piece of cake. Can do swift orbital. Even better. That one is even better. Yeah, there's no issues with this one though. I wasn't doing any complex trade loop because there really was an opportunity. It was a one jump back and forth, and from what I remember, I couldn't get missions or anything in between them. But it looks like I'll be doing these tomorrow. And getting this up to closer to 20 tons collected. So run it for about an hour or so. And that might hold it up enough. For me to get the rest of the stuff I wanted done. This account looks broke, but it's because I've got almost 600 mil in my fleet carrier. And the whole reason I'm doing this for them is I'm hoping that the feds, I get a good amount of rep with the feds by doing this. Because I'm only lieutenant there. And the Fed rep grind, I need to be lieutenant. I want to say is 4 level ups. Let's see, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 4 level ups to get to the Corvette. But I'll open this up. and I'll show you why I have such an issue with. Well, my Diamondback Explorer is 72.5 light year jump range. That's my bubble bus. It's what I jump all over the place with. I'm in my cutter. I do have a Type 9 on this account. It is set up as a long range transport. My ASP Explorer is what I do all my planetary landings and all my exploration on. It is sitting at 64.3 light year jump. Exegius does a thing out of ENIACs where you fight other players and you level your ship up in certain ways and stuff, and that's what these three ships in ENIACs are about. I do have a Clipper, but I can't stand it. I should probably just sell the sucker. I have the Passenger Snake and Robigo. This Chieftain is set up for anti-Xeno. I am going to change these out and put beam lasers with thermal vent on them. My couriers in Shinrata, because I'm done with the Empire rep grind. I still have my Cobra Mark III that I had, was the first ship I bought. This Python is a combat, no, it's my mining Python. Then my combat Python is on that ship also, and it does some pretty good damage, and can take some abuse. My Jumpaconda is 72.93 light years, and that is with large enough thrusters and stuff to actually still be able to give a boost. So it's not slow on other things. And then the Crate Mark II is my pure combat ship that I go into high res and hazardous res areas. It's got a ship launched fighter, point defense turrets, which I should have added to my Type 9, and I wouldn't have been destroyed by that by that Anaconda earlier if I had a couple of those on. But yeah, this thing tears up res areas. It is a fun ship to fight with. But that's where a lot of my money went, is just all of these dang ships. I've got, not that, but no. I've got, let's see, 16 ships. As you can see, 9 billion in profit, and almost all of that was from mining. This, I do not think, takes the fleet carrier into account. I've spent 702 million credits on buying ships and spent 1.722 billion on equipping them. You can go through some money quick. Mining, yeah, 9 billion credits earned from mining. Monthly carriers, not a whole lot. Of stats there. I have done a little bit of close quarters combat. Which I didn't do very well in, as you can see. A lot of material traded on the engineering materials. So, yeah. So that is going to be the stream for today. And if you get in here tomorrow, Moon, I'll catch you then. But I do need to call it a night and get some sleep. So I will still see this. And quit the desktop. Close that out. Yep. Close it out. Come on, close. So I'll catch you tomorrow. You have a good night.